while on loan at Manchester United, the Champions medal from this competition for last season, and felt a little awkward about that one. He wasn't going to say no, it's not on show, it's not on display in his house, but he did accept it. It is a piece of silverware, and he felt a little awkward considering that he was cup-tied for the final, wasn't allowed to play, and in the end Newcastle losing anyway, despite him rooting for them as they come into the edge of the box. It'll find its way over to the left side. There's a volley that comes in from Gordon, who has recovered well. It goes into the back of Dizazi and over the top of goal. It'll be a Newcastle corner. Really swift piece of play, the switch that came from the right side. Helmet on, wasting no time. Found Gordon, who had plenty of space for the angle at the far post. He was in the left half space going for the right corner. This will come in from the right side from Guimaraes. Botman loses his man here. They go all the way back, and it's a long delivery, but it'll be kept in by Gordon. 40 yards from goal though. He'll knock it into the box. It'll sit on the edge, and it'll be tapped out towards Almiron. Now across, an attempted one from Guimaraes. Hits Conor Gallagher, and Enzo Fernandez right there. As we go through the rest of the sides for Chelsea, it's we'll go from the start again. Petrovic, Silva, Badiashile, Dizazi, Colwill, Gallagher, Caicedo, Fernandez make up the midfield with Sterling, Palmer, and Nico Jackson up forward. And Nkunku on the bench. We might see him make his Chelsea debut. Fernandez has been pushed over from behind. Newcastle have given away a free kick. They were in possession with Miguel Almiron, the two South Americans going at it. It's in Chelsea's defensive half, not quite in the defensive third though, but on the left side of the field as they go right to left. Goes towards Petrovic. Important touch for him as Thiago Silva plays the 1-2 with it. Serbian goalkeeper, just 24 years old, and that's 10 years the junior of Dubravka. His opposite number here as Gallagher wins it, keeps it, finds Dizazi, looks up, goes the right channel. It's a good ball into the box. Goes Nico Jackson on the right side, tries to step over, can't get the shot away, and I think it might have hit Fernandez before it went out. He's claiming a corner. 6th minute of the game, 0-0. Chelsea and Newcastle. Did it hit Botman? Let's see, indeed it did. So this will be a Chelsea corner. Same side of the pitch on the right. Next up for Chelsea, they've got a trip away to the Molineux to play Wolves. This will come in from Fernandez. He'll sit on the edge of the box. Gallagher's got time. He curls it off to the right crossbar. It's a little unlucky, but it hit the bar flush. Went back into play. The ball eventually goes out of bounds, and Gallagher did so well to control that. Really put the instep through the ball over the defence. There were so many players rushing out towards him. He hit it in line with the left post. Went for the curler to the far right corner, and had the keeper beaten. Didn't have the dip that was required. Definitely had the composure. Hit it so sweetly. Everyone on their feet here at the bridge, except for the Newcastle supporters. Hearts in mouths moment. 8th minute of play. That was the first real chance of the game. Conor Gallagher, the captain of Chelsea here. Was a little fortunate because the delivery in from the right side wasn't the best. He was all alone on the edge of the box. Hit it first. After the first touch, he was able to control. And throw the left side for Chelsea. Goes back towards Badiashile. He can tiptoe forward. And it goes towards Colwill. Sterling waits. He's got 3 to beat. Wins a throw. Expertly done by the England star. Looking forward to the Euro 2024 squad. I'm not sure if he'll be a starter. He Some saying that he might not make the squad, but with a lot of depth in attack is not of a concern, considering the form of Anthony Gordon is quite good. 7 years his junior. Sterling's touch of class might get in there, though. We'll see how Southgate wants to call the shots. Of course, it's all about who's supporting Jude Bellingham. Might just need a few workhorses to win the ball back. Just pass it to Bellingham and hope. Nice little pyrotechnics show as the players came out, I might add. But Middlesbrough are up by 2-0 against Port Vale. Howson and Rogers there. Everton still 0-0 with Fulham. Caicedo might have to turn back to his keeper. Back to Caicedo in his back left corner. They're hemmed in here. Good pressure from Newcastle and Almiron. Ensures the ball goes out of bounds, but it'll be a Chelsea throw down the line to Gallagher. You can't control it. Find its way back up the pitch. Kraft has to do the U-turn. Find the shell. The switch is on. Out to the left side for the ex-Chelsea junior Livramento. Up against Cole Palmer. What a player he's been since signing for Manchester City for big money. One of the cheaper players for Chelsea, but the most effective. Now Almiron out to the right side. He'll go for the inverted run-in. The vertical pass as well. And Guimaraes out towards Kraft. Good. That's a lovely cross in, but Dizazi will punt it out of play. He's made about 50 metres with that clearance. Up towards the halfway line. Left side of the pitch for Chelsea, but on the right for Newcastle. And luckily, just on the penalty spot, it sat and spun for the French defender. He'll be thrown back in by Kraft. 11th minute of the game. Still 0-0 at Stamford Bridge. Long throw towards Callum Wilson. Cleaned up nicely by Colwill Gallagher and Thiago Silva. Safe pair of boots. Now they'll work the right touch line, but Chelsea's unable to get through the first line of pressure, so it'll be Petrovic to go long. Oh, it's a really well won header there by Colwill. It's a little overhit for Sterling. Back for Dubravka. Picked up by Colwill, and as far as Lachelle, back to the Newcastle goalkeeper. He'll clear to the chest of Kraft. Now on the third or fourth touch, might be kept in by Sean Longstaff. Away it goes to the left. Livramento gets a boot to it, holds it up. Now haven't seen much of Lewis Miley in this game. Guimaraes waits, but Lachelle has the ball in the defensive half. It's a slow progression forward. Now Wilson coming deep to get involved. Guimaraes out to the left as Chelsea look through Livramento to try to stop him. Now it's Gordon. He'll lay it off. Back in for Guimaraes. Now the high offensive pressure comes from Nico Jackson and Enzo Fernandez. Once more, they'll be settled down. Newcastle happy just to maintain possession and play the diagonal passes. A triangle around those front two for Chelsea. Can't be everywhere all the time. Now the switch. Seen off by Colwill, but it'll be a Newcastle throw right side as they try to advance forward a little. Kraft standing with it once more. And for Guimaraes, she's been omnipresent. Now Nico Jackson picks up a loose ball. Fernandez back inside, and Chelsea immediately go to the back line. Badiashile pass for Thiago Silva. Let's look at the flash score stats with 13 minutes gone in this game. With Chelsea with 7% more possession. 2-goal attempts to 1. Of course, Gallagher off the crossbar with a delightful right foot curler. Now Palmer down the right flank, in for Jackson. Back to Palmer, over near the corner flag. They'll bring it back with Gallagher. Caicedo have stacked the right side of the pitch, though, Newcastle's defence. Not much space between the lines as Chelsea hover outside the box. Enzo Fernandez squares it up. Gallagher looks to go over the top, and in comes Disasi up against Livramento. Wants to take it to the byline, find the cross. It's hit the Newcastle defender, goes behind. To lots of applause from the travelling supporters. Big contingency here. See how they can get back to a final. They need to win this, then the next game they'll be back in the final. Simple as that. Easy equation. This corner from the right side will come in from Enzo Fernandez for Chelsea, though, into the 15th minute. Just ticking over into that. The XG is pretty poor for both sides, 0.03 apiece. They go short. Disasi, Sterling crosses in towards the near post. Big header away. And the throw's coming. Didn't go behind. It came off Miley. Fernandez will lead the throw. Goes short. Sterling's over there, trying to make things happen. Now Gallagher up the right side. Back for Badiashile, 40 yards away from the goal of Dubravka. Sterling will leave it because he was offside. Disasi with a good ball in. There's no one there. It'll be picked up by Colwill. Scott Almiron stalking him. Now the loose pass overhit, and Wilson can get control. He's got two to beat at the back. He's through one. Not through Badiashile. Yes, he is. Needs to score. Does score. Big goal. Newcastle hit the leads. That was a howler at the back from the central defensive pairing. Badiashile and Thiago Silva, more or less gifting Newcastle the opener just on the quarter of an hour mark. Shocking defence, it must be said. Wilson had so much work to do, lost control of the ball, but both Chelsea defenders had a stab at it, and they gave it up about 8 yards away, and Petrovic really with no chance. Wilson picked it up 10 metres inside his own half, took it about 40 metres before it hit Thiago Silva. Then Badiashile lost control right in front of the keeper, and all Wilson had to do was toe poke it past Petrovic right in front of the goal. Let's see exactly how many yards. I'd say about 10, and he puts it into the left side of the goal. He was in line. It wasn't dead centre, but he was over towards the right post if you're looking at the goal, and he's smashed that past Petrovic. No chance for the Chelsea keeper, and Newcastle are well on their way. Goal time just on 15 minutes and 6 seconds. So just after the quarter of an hour mark. That'll count for Opta and all the other statisticians. Wilson, of course, he was always going to be the danger man, but he was isolated. There was no one helping him out in the Newcastle shirt either. But he still managed to get the deed done, albeit with a lot of help from the Chelsea defence. You'd expect more from Badiashile and Silva. Can't even call it a breakdown in communication. It was just schoolboy errors from the Chelsea defence at home as well, and hearts broken as the long ball comes in towards Palmer. Out comes Dubravka and claims it. Now Newcastle in front. Let's see if they can hold the lead as we go into the 18th minute at Chelsea 0, Newcastle 1. Livramento down the left. He's tries to hit the U-turn. Goes down towards Gordon. Still in their own half though, and it's taken away by Disasi. Squares it up for Gallagher. Dances the dance, then steers it off towards Badiashile, who'll need to atone as this game goes on. Sometimes you do see some defenders get forward and score from a set piece. get their sides back into the game. Wilson, 31 years old, 7 goals in the Premier League. That's his first in this competition. That's the first goal in this very competition since the 2018-19 season. But overall, that is his third Carabao Cup goal in his career. From Bournemouth and Coventry player, you can see all his stats on the Flash Score app. You can see his history. You can see all the players' valuations, market value at 12.3 million euros. Now Chelsea trying to keep possession, short passes. Newcastle, they've got a mid-block happening right now. Chelsea with it just on the halfway line, looking forward. So much to get through as that's some good pressure there by Miley, who's sitting dead centre. He's more or less marking up on Gallagher right now as Palmer's brought down. No foul. Newcastle can break in transition. Down the left side, it'll be Wilson. He did have Gordon through, but he couldn't get the ball out from under his feet. It's taken away. Thiago Silva and now Badiashile and Dizazi will just keep control. Can't afford to go 2-0 down, Chelsea. Not in a game like this. Heads will drop. Pochettino still without a piece of silverware in this country. Newcastle haven't won anything since the 50s. Apart from lower division stuff. To the 20th minute, good header away by Kraft. They will sit for Colwill. Chips it down the line. Kraft comes, gets a touch. It's ball in hot dispute as Caicedo will regain. Sterling. Pirouette turn. Keeps it. Back for Caicedo. Still everyone between the lines for Chelsea, but I don't think they're going to be able to find those players the way that Newcastle have the setup. Eddie Howe has them well drilled. A lucky goal, not in terms of how it was finished, because that was done magnificently from Callum Wilson, but it was the way it was given to him in front of the goalkeeper by Badiashile. Now Fernandes. Again, they go square over towards Silva. Everyone camped in the Chelsea attacking half. Dizazi finds some space, trying to find Cole Palmer. 2 players on him immediately. Out it comes to Colwill and gets through the first line, then sets a task for Sterling to keep it from going out over on the left corner flag. Disappointing for Chelsea supporters. Now Fernandes on the edge of the box, tried the miracle pass through the legs towards Jackson. It'll sit for Silva. 39-year-old finds his 22-year-old partner at the back. Badiashile, 17 years his junior. Now Palmer chips through the legs of Guimaraes. But again, it's Gordon and Wilson who are going to counter down the left side. The pass from Wilson, no good, because across came Silva and intercepted with a beautiful slide tackle. Chelsea have won it back high. Fernandes, 3 goals in the Premier League this season, chips the ball into the area. Did that hit the Newcastle arm? Don't think it did. No one's appealing for the penalty as Palmer wants to shoot from a fair distance away over towards the right corner of the 18-yard box. He got the shot away. Across came Dubravka. No worries for the Newcastle keeper. Cole Palmer, really no other option here than to take it on. It did look as if it was going in, but it was at the near post. It was down low. And Dubravka, it's a really nice intervention there from Fernandes. He'll win it back and set Sterling into the box. Tried to pull it back. Good defending. And for now, it's Botman and Kraft with authority at the back. We'll go out for a Chelsea corner, though. Left side of the pitch, 23rd minute of the game. They trail by a goal to 0. The other scores. It's still 2-0 for Middlesbrough. away at Port Vale. Everton 0, Fulham 0. There's also an FA Cup game happening tonight. Blackpool 1, Forest Green 0 in the 39th minute. Short corner taken. Sterling will get it back to Palmer. Chips the ball to... he knocked it in the edge of the 6-yard line. Out came Dubravka with two hands. Newcastle out towards the left. Livramento ran into some trouble in the shape of the Ecuadorian midfielder Caicedo. Wins it back. Now Gallagher anticipated Miley, stepped around him. It was lovely work. Good footwork from the captain. Out towards the right wing. Palmer back in for Gallagher. He's had their best chance of the game. Hit the crossbar when the score was 0-0. Now Caicedo, really put the ball in behind for Dizazi, and again Wilson will try and launch a counter-attack. That's how Newcastle have played this first half. Taken away from Almiron. Colwell kept looking behind it like a rugby winger to see where his opponent was. Eventually dished it off to Sterling. Now the switch will come towards Caicedo and Badiashile. Newcastle with a wall of 5 and then 4, with Wilson just hovering, waiting for the loose ball pickup. 25th minute of the game is nearly over. Coppa Italia happening tonight. Napoli 0, Frosinone 0. All those stats available on the app. And here we are for the English Football League Cup, the Carabao Cup. Defending champions Manchester United, who beat Newcastle in the final. But they were knocked out by Newcastle in the last round. You can also see the head-to-heads between these two sides. Newcastle winning in the league last time they met. So all you do is go to H2H. Newcastle 4, Chelsea 1. Isaac, Michelle, Joelinton and Gordon with those goals. For Chelsea it was Raheem Sterling. Brought it back to 1-1, but Newcastle running away with it at St James Park. 3 goals in the second half. Reece James sent off in that game. But the last time these two sides met here was in May, and that was a 1-1 draw. Gordon and an own goal from Trippier, 1-1. Different looking sides, I might add. Havertz, Madueke, Sterling up forward for Chelsea with Loftus-Cheek and Hall, Chalobah, Azpilicueta and Kepa in goal. As Chelsea try their luck on the right side. So Callum Wilson's goal coming in the 16th minute of the game. Really was a slice of luck to get the ball to bounce off Thiago Silva. Badiashile thought he had it under control with a back pass, and then Callum Wilson, just through sheer tenacity, was able to stalk the ball and then just off the outside of the right boot, go for the far corner, and it was an incredible finish. Newcastle have been on the back foot for much of this game. But they have the lead, and it's all about taking your chances. Tempo of the game mainly with Chelsea, but it's about what you do with it rather than how big it is. And it's a situation where Newcastle have been able to keep them at bay. Gordon's pass doesn't find Wilson. Chelsea in their own defensive third with Badiashile. They put the vertical pass forward to Enzo Fernandez. Many of the pundits before the game saying this is disappointed with the way Fernandez, with that price, hasn't performed like a Lampard or some kind of player of that sort, that calibre. As Sterling gets into the box, will he shoot? He goes for the far corner, and it flashes just a little wide of the right post. He came in from the left, got to about, I'd say, 5 yards from the goal line before he let loose. And he goes across Dubravka and about a foot wide, I think. I'm not sure if the keeper got a touch on this. Let's have a look. I think he's missed it as he flapped at it. It rolled past him along the turf. Sterling always had his eyes on that far corner. Should have been a Chelsea player running in there in any case, because he didn't hit it with a huge amount of power. A dependable Raheem Sterling. Gallagher in the middle in the 29th minute finds Palmer. Big money signing from City. Back to Gallagher down the right wing, needs to square it. It's Sterling, surely takes a touch, shoots, big save off the line. Not sure if that hit Guimaraes or the keeper made a save. The way that Guimaraes is celebrating, it's come off the Brazilian midfielder, turned around and fist pumped to the travelling Newcastle army behind him. The Magpies absolutely loving that one. And back from that's Jackson. He's been very quiet in this game. Badiashile. No one around. Newcastle happy to ball watch as they just look at Thiago Silva and Badiashile passing around between each other. Back with Badiashile. Things seem to happen with Gallagher in possession. His pass, as soon as I say that, is a little wayward. He apologises, he gets it back anyway. Colwell has it at left back into Newcastle defensive half. Nowhere to go. They need to come up with better ideas than this. Pochettino's side might be all about bringing on Nkunku. Squared up from Caicedo, finds himself at left midfield. Now it's Gallagher. Beautiful switch out to Fernandes. Still about 30 yards away. His pass dished off for Sterling. He's got Almiron to beat. Then Miley, big frame from the 17-year-old. Lots of stamina as well. Charging across the midfield to make sure Chelsea can't lay siege. Now towards Dizazi. Everyone in their seats. They're seated. Not sure they're really hopeful that Chelsea's going to find the back of the net. Sure they'll be up on their feet if they do. Sterling nearly got the equaliser a couple of minutes ago. He's got two to beat here. So then it goes towards Caicedo. Now Colwell, 20 years old. English left backs, one goal in the Premier League this term. Ex-Brighton player, but an ex-Chelsea junior, under 18, along with Valentino Livramento would have been there at the same time. They're both jostling for that left back position, and the club stuck with Levi Colwell. Livramento, of course, going over to Newcastle in his first year since leaving Southampton. Now it's Gallagher, all the ball with Chelsea, but it's just going laterally. They need the ball to go vertically down if they want to get a goal. Patience, a game of extreme patience here as Sterling charges towards Kraft. It comes off the Swedish right back and goes out for a Chelsea throw. And Pochettino's seen enough. 32 minutes gone. He doesn't like what he's seen from Enzo Fernandez. Not sure if there's an injury concern there. But it's a midfielder for a striker. I think he's realised that he needs some support for Jackson. Broja, who missed a sitter on the weekend against Sheffield United, is brought in. Fulham leading Everton. That's at Goodison Park. Patterson with an own goal. Did Sterling shot, I think it hit Guimaraes, but it looked as though Dubravka had his right glove up anyway in the general vicinity of where the ball was going. It's half-time at Goodison Park, Fulham leading by a goal to nil. Long ball forward for Broja, can't keep it in, that's his first task, and the ball was overhit. Newcastle leading at Stamford Bridge, 33rd minute. Pochettino making that change. Enzo Fernandez making way for Armando Broja. A reactive kind of coach. It's all about just adapting a game plan to the appropriate opponent. We've seen that with Unai Emery and Aston Villa, bringing great success. The Albanian striker now into the game. He's played 9 Premier League games for the 1 goal in this competition. And domestic cups, he's been able to play a little bit of FA Cup and get a goal. He's got 2 in this competition. As Chelsea make their way into the box, but it's played away by Newcastle. Hanging on with 12 minutes to go. Gallagher, left wing, squares it up. It'll end up with Sterling just outside the box to chip it over the top of the Newcastle defence. Breuer couldn't get in behind. Long clearance away, Badiashile. Still allowed to bring the ball forward. No one coming towards him. All of a sudden, Miley leaves his line. It's always risky because Gallagher was the attacking side of Miley. It's all about picking your moments. Jackson, left wing, starting to mix things up. They want more pace on the touchline. Probably want Sterling to play more as a number 10 playmaker. Now he's got the creative license as Pochettino mixes it up. All of a sudden it finds its way to Sterling. Gordon and Guimaraes are on him though. Back with Gallagher. Can't get into the attacking third. This is where Newcastle's defence has been rock solid. Guimaraes, ball forward. Didn't sit for Wilson. It's with Badiashile. Bit nervy, bit hairy that moment. He'll go back from Colwill. A casual pass, and Petrovic will be happy it made it to him this time. 10 minutes to go until the break. Armando Breuer, the substitute, worth 25.7 million euros according to Flash Score and the app. Guimaraes has it in the attacking third for Newcastle, but I think there's an offside call or a foul against Gallagher as a referee, Mr. Gillette, calls for a little bit of calm. He's Australian by birth, this referee. 37 years old. Did referee Premier League game between Tottenham and Forest on the weekend. Also did Aston Villa Arsenal 1-0. Also been involved in some under-21 internationals, so well done to him. Now Caicedo finds himself at left back, plays it across to Silva. Now the right wing. Sterling goes the 1-2 with Palmer and the former Manchester City pair lose the ball, and it'll be played up by Martin Dubravka. 4 Premier League appearances, 7th here with Newcastle. Former Sparta Prague and Zilina player. As I said at the top of the broadcast, as part of the winning squad, despite Newcastle losing the final. It was Manchester United that won it. He was part of the Man United squad on loan, but cup-tied, so he couldn't play in that final. He played twice in the tournament to get United to the final. And just admitted secretly he was going for Newcastle while watching from the Manchester United bench. Received the medal when Manchester United came to visit. Now left side, Gordon backing for Guimaraes. This is unusual. Newcastle have the ball. Back for Lachelle. Let's go to the Flash Score stats. Just 24% of possession for the Magpies. Guimaraes now finds a lot of space over on the left. It's the number 10, Gordon. This is looking promising. Inside, Dizazi needs to find the pocket of space. Loses out with a wonderful sliding challenge. Away comes Palmer. There's an overload if they can find Jackson over on the left wing. Through it comes for Breuer, big chance, needs to score, the dink over the top, the equaliser comes, but so does the flag. Disappointing for the home fans. The Blues feeling a bit blue at the moment. The Breuer's run, it was always offside. It was played forward by Palmer, waited a little too long, just gave enough power behind it, enough weight to get it about 6 yards before for the byline, and then a little to the right of goal, was able to chip it over the diving Dubravka. Lovely to watch, but no results. Chelsea remain goalless in this one. Newcastle leading by a goal to nil. 39th minute with Badiashile muscling up against Almiron. Clearance doesn't work out. Newcastle have lost possession. Chelsea with the throw, so worked out okay. Petrovic will be disappointed because Newcastle legitimately had the one shot on goal. Calamitous error at the back from Badiashile. Just took his eye off the ball, and Wilson stalked the prey and slammed it home. Now Jackson down the right side. Sterling's there up against Livramento. Goes back. Dizazi. Thiago Silva. And for Palmer, who's playing just on the right side of the centre midfield. Caicedo inside him. Gallagher to the left. I'm sure Newcastle fans will be happy when watching this. They can see that Chelsea are out of ideas when they've got possession and they get into the attacking half. The space between the lines is so small. There's just nowhere to go. You've got to go over the top. This will work out for Sterling, who can keep it in, but I think the flag's gone up against him. So in a spot of bother, but anything can happen with 5 minutes to go before the half-time whistle. It's half-time in the other two Carabao Cup games this evening as Kraft shakes his right hamstring and knee around to see if he's still got the maximum amount of stretch. Does have his backside on the ground. Not sure how long this is going to take for the injury concern. Another one for Eddie Howe, of course. Already lost so many players, as has Pochettino. So there's no excuses for either side, as it looks as though Trippier might be warming up. So 2-0 Middlesbrough over Port Vale at half-time, and Fulham winning away at Everton. It's an own goal from Patterson. And these substitutions are warming up here in the 41st minute. Dubravka will slam it upfield over the halfway line. A tussle from Wilson and Silva. Newcastle looking for a lucky bounce here. It's worked out for Wilson once more, like a magnet to him. Almiron will square it up. The shot will come from Guimaraes. It's a Chelsea player or two. Picked up again by Longstaff. Out towards Almiron. The intercept by Colwell. Telegraph pass, but his clearance only goes as far as Almiron. Indecisive now. Chips it towards the goal line. Cross comes in. Away by Silva. Calmly done. He's 39 years old, Thiago Silva, but still looks as though he's in his mid-20s. Not sure what he's using on his face, but whatever product that is, the rest of us want some. That was Colwell's good defensive work to block that shot from Bruno Guimaraes. Third year since leaving León. From the throw, it's with Almiron on the right wing for Newcastle, going left to right. Back out with Kraft. Looks okay. Short passes come between he and Longstaff. Well, it's 3-foot passes between Colwell and Gallagher who win the throw. Down the left line, it's Colwell. This is dangerous. It's corralled in by three. And it hits an arm. I think it's hit Longstaff's arm. Gone out of bounds anyway, so it'll be another throw. If not, it should be a free kick to Chelsea. 43rd minute, Newcastle leading 1-0. The goal from Callum Wilson. Colwell put to ground by Wilson. He's trying to milk a card perhaps for Wilson. Goal scorer could be the winner. You never know. It looks as though Newcastle's defence is holding tight so far, despite Sterling, his shot being cleared off the line by Guimaraes. Also Conor Gallagher hitting the crossbar. Going to be attacking half for the Blues. Thiago Silva looking for the setup. Nothing to go to. Cross it goes for Badiashile. Out to the left for Colwill. Oh, that's a poor pass from Badiashile. In behind, it'll sit for Wilson. Will it? No, this time the bounce works out for the French defender. His vertical pass forward to Colwill, who was not back in his position, but it will work out for Chelsea's attacking play. Now it's Broja out on the left wing, gets past Guimaraes, inside for Caicedo. Now Palmer, can he find the space to shoot? Caicedo, Palmer, the 1-2, and it comes to Broja, back for Palmer. No, Broja, nowhere to go, backwards towards Colwill, still 25 yards away. Palmer, everyone's back for Newcastle now. Caicedo trying to drop the shoulder, will chip it out towards Sterling, trying to stretch Newcastle. 45th minute we go. He gets around Livramento. Good ball in. There's been a push on Broja. Back for Gallagher. Can thread his shot through 3 or 4 Newcastle defenders. Looking for the bottom right corner from in front of the goal. So an anti-climax, you could call that for Chelsea. Outstanding defending from Newcastle. They are holding firm. How much of the game, though, can they keep that up? Eventually, exhaustion will set in. Vertical pass. Here's Sterling. In for Nico Jackson. He was able to find an angle. It's gone off a Newcastle player out for a Chelsea corner right side. Should have enough time to take this. So 3 minutes of stoppages. Everyone forward. Gallagher, Broja, Colwill, Badiashile. Everyone's up. Dizazi as well. With a push and shove. This will be taken by Cole Palmer out on the right. There'll be an in-swinger on the left boot towards the keeper. Big header away. And Newcastle survive. Longstaff with the header. Comes back in off the head of Dizazi. Goes wide of the left post. And 30 seconds of added time eaten up. Even the awkward bounce for Palmer was able to put it back into a really dangerous area at the back post. Just in the left half space. So 100 games for Eddie Howe in all competitions at Newcastle. 50 wins, 23 draws. As Wilson on the charge once more. Hooked away from Chelsea. Now Gallagher loses his footing. Then so does Kraft. Could be a Chelsea throw. Works out nicely for the home side. In towards Caicedo. He runs into trouble. Recovers as he lost his footing. Will win a free kick in any case. And this is where Newcastle are looking to bring Chelsea undone. Silva. Chelsea in their own half, right side of the pitch. Enough space to turn it back inside to Caicedo, who's gone back to fill that centre half gap. As he runs on the diagonal, the outside of the boot, it will find its way to Gallagher, then across to Colwill. Slide that comes from Kraft, and this time he's made enough contact to remain on the ground in real agony. Referee is coming over to sort things out. The Newcastle right back in real distress. Now, is he milking this to get them over the line to the half-time interval? There's nothing in that from Colwill. It was just a collision. It was a normal part of the game. Kraft sliding in, Colwill on 2 feet. Kraft is still down, so we've got a lengthy injury delay. We might have 4 or 5 minutes of stoppages unless the Newcastle defender will get back up to his feet. But at least he's stopped the momentum. As Chelsea unabated coming forward. It's all about the football IQ though, and the former Helsingborg and Bologna right-sided defender back on his feet. He's 29 now, 4 appearances in the Premier League this term. Now Chelsea back in play, 49th minute of the game. Long ball forward, big chance here. And Breuer on the first touch puts it straight into the arms of Dubravka. Thumbs up from the Albanian. I'm not sure he's going to be applauded for that. I think he might have been marginally offside. What a ball that was from the back. It was put into the left half space. He's hit it first time. There was still a lot of skill involved to get to that ball, watch it onto the boot, then aim it. It was going in, but it was very centrally hit, and no problem for Martin Dubravka. Now Petrovic. Silva down the right side, down that channel, finds the chest of Sterling. Will palm it off. Forward comes Dizazi, gets around one, can't beat the second. Referee's whistle goes, and that will be the half-time break here. The goal, the decisive one in the opening half. Callum Wilson, after 16 minutes, decent finish from right in front of the keeper. A howler of a defensive error from Badiashile. But that is the story of the game so far, the English Football League Cup. CARABAO Cup action on Flash Score. It is Chelsea 0, Newcastle 1 at half-time. We'll be back in about 10 to 12 minutes with the second half. are ready to go for the second half. Chelsea going from left to right in this one, and they need at least the one goal to take it to extra time. Newcastle playing on the counter-attack for much of the first half, and the goal coming from Callum Wilson. Lovely finish after Badia Shield simply couldn't get the ball out from between his right and left foot. Sat perfectly for Wilson to run onto and lash it beyond the Chelsea keeper, Georgi Petrovic, who had no chance of stopping that one into the bottom of the left corner. Chelsea immediately from the second half getting a free kick. It's going to be whipped in. There's a few changes as well at the break. The ball comes in from the left sides, and Sterling will pick it up and chip it in quite high. It's been overhit, and it will go out for a goal kick for Martin Dubravka. He's been able to keep a clean sheet, much thanks to Bruno Guimaraes, who put his body in the way from a Raheem Sterling effort. Second minute of the game, there was a contentious decision where Moises Caicedo was yellow carded, many believing it should have been a red for going into the back of Gordon. Wilson's goal in the 16th minute. Breuer came on for Fernandes, who started the game, and Breuer having a glorious chance right at the end of the first half. We've had a couple of changes for Newcastle and one for Chelsea. It's a second of their game, though. So as I said, Breuer came in for Fernandes in the first half. Malagusto is the second half change. Levi Colwell going out. One 20-year-old for another. One Englishman for a Frenchman. Gusto has played 10 games in the Premier League this term, and he is a signing that's come over from León. So two changes apiece. We'll go through the Newcastle ones and then go through the starting 11s and the formations. It's Chelsea coming down the right side in their own half. Breuer back towards Dizazi. Now in from, it's a casual pass from Palmer. He's able to regather. Through comes Breuer on the charge. It's picked up really well done from Miley. Now in from Gordon. Tries to ping it over the back for Wilson. Cut off by Thiago Silva. And the ball is in hot dispute. Chelsea going to throw right side of the pitch. 49th minute of the game. It's back with Thiago Silva as he trudges up a little towards Caicedo. Should Chelsea have been able to play the rest of this match after the third minute with 11? I'm sure you'll see the video replays of the challenge into the back of Anthony Gordon. Just trying to make Gordon feel the heat, and lucky to still be on the park. Breuer out on the right wing. Chelsea into the attacking third. Back it goes for Caicedo. Immediately the pass comes until the sliding challenger is desperate from Almiron, and then the diverted shot from Palmer goes out for a Chelsea corner left side. Ticking over into the 50th minute. So those other two changes for Newcastle. Byrne came in for Botman and Trippier for Kraft. Did pick up a couple of injuries, went down for some time in first half added time. So out with Gusto on the left. Chelsea playing it short from the corner. Gusto once more. Gallagher couldn't get the step over. Now it's a foot race. It was well won by Caicedo, and Jackson tracking back against Gordon, who was outpaced. Looked like a pensioner against a teenager there. The pace that Jackson has. So in the other quarterfinals, Port Vale losing to Middlesbrough. Could be some story if they got through to the latter stages of this tournament. Chelsea coming forward down the right. Breuer's pass was telegraphed towards Sterling. Breuer did well, the Albanian tracking back to pick up on the loose ball. Now he gets back forward into the last line. He's partnering Jackson up forward. Sterling just in behind them, but the ball is being brought to the left. Now back in central for Sterling, about 45 yards away from Dubravka's goal, and Sterling's pass towards a penalty spot. Good intervention there from Byrne. He's the left central defender next to Lachelle. Vizazi. Ball be kicked out of play by Caicedo. Now Gordon this time is going to remain seated on the ground. I think it's a case for Eddie Howe to make another substitution. At the very least here, some treatment. But the way that Gordon's quite happy just to sit down and await the backroom staff to come in. Now this is Caicedo's doing. It's probably on the back of the challenge from the second minute. Dan Byrne, 33. He wears 31 years old. He's played 12 Premier League games this season, 2 goals. Third season since leaving Brighton. Former Fulham player in Wigan. Lived around these parts back between 2013 and 2016. Near Stamford Bridge, Fulham and Chelsea right next door. So there is a change. It is Anthony Gordon off for the number 11. Scotsman is Matt Ritchie. Third change of the game. 2 at half-time for Newcastle, 1 in the 52nd minute. Matt Ritchie, 34 years old. See what he can bring for the remainder of this game. He's only featured in 7 games in the Premier League this term. No goals for quite some time. He's a midfielder, so it's not his key role. Former Bournemouth and Swindon, Portsmouth, Notts County and Dagon Red player. And he wears the number 11. Out it goes to the right side as Newcastle retain possession with Longstaff. The 1-2 down the right doesn't pay off. Trippier will take the throw just on the attacking side of halfway for the Magpies. 53rd minute, Chelsea 0, Newcastle 1. Trippier coming in off the bench. Where's the number 2? Of course, one of the best right foots in the land so far this season. 16 Premier League appearances, 7 assists, and that is what he can bring as Christopher Nkunku warms up his last 2 campaigns at RB Leipzig. And 35 goals in one particular season. Let's see how he goes. Trippier, now in his 3rd year, Atletico Madrid, spent 3 years there in the Spanish capital. 4 seasons in the English capital with Tottenham. Started off with Barnsley, then to Burnley. He's now 33 years old, but still running fresh. Will be part of the England 2024 squad, contesting that tournament in Germany, losing finalists against Italy at Wembley. Heartbreaking loss for the English. And I'm sure so many of the Scottish and Irish fans listening in probably would have been relieved. It's all about bragging rights. England, the home nation, you could say, in the last Euros. Italy might only have 3 years to have that title. It was delayed. Lovely ball out towards Breuer. Has to come in from the left wing. Around Trippier, was held. Over a free kick. Newcastle can play it away from danger. It'll end up with Gusto. What a turn that is. Pirouette turn. Lightning quick. In it comes to Breuer. Into the half space on the left. Now Jackson needs to shoot. Can't find the bottom right corner. Nor the left corner. In that case, did it take a touch? I think he panicked a little. Now, he also executed the pirouette turn on the swivel. He's got possession and then tried to fool Miley and the keeper, going for the near post, which is the left. It's just a matter of time before Chelsea find the leveller. Good header in the middle, and Jackson away from Lachelle. They'll bring it out towards Sterling. Right half space. Oh, what a save that is from Dubravka. Bats it away, and then Trippier will finish off the defensive job. The Slovakian keeper was superb. Went towards that bottom left corner in from the right. A couple of metres outside the right post. Now the cross will come in from Gusto. What can Palmer do in the second half? Thiago Silva looks forward, chips it. That's a beautiful ball. Gusto across for Jackson, but Dubravka gets up high in the 56th minute to deny the former Villarreal man. Just before this, it was all Nico Jackson, who was able to evade Lachelle, dish it off for Sterling, who picked his spot. He got it through the legs of Livramento, but couldn't beat Dubravka. Wants to get Newcastle to another semi-final. They've beaten both Manchester sides to get here. Middlesbrough out to a 3-0 lead. The goal for Port Vale was chalked off. Narrowest of margins also at Goodison Park, where Fulham leads. It's a Keane own goal, not a Patterson one. So Fulham will still be happy to get through and make it to the semi-finals. The draw would have it. It's, I think they'd like to do the draw after this, so it could be a case where the winner of this fixture could end up with Port Vale. Now the ball in from Newcastle. It's deep, and Gusto gets back to defend, hugging the byline now with Thiago Silva. Sliding challenge comes from Almiron. It goes out for a goal kick. Some La Liga action as well. You can check that out on the app while you listen to this broadcast. Happy to bring you the League Cup on Flash Score. Also Premier League coming this weekend. Some staggered fixtures throughout Christmas and New Year's as Newcastle can pick up the ball, and Livramento getting forward, couldn't get past the sliding challenge. Now it's Cole, goes inside Ritchie, cross it goes to Gallagher. They open up a bit of space. Jackson wants it. Well marshalled by Dan Burn. Cross comes to Dubravka. They are looking more dangerous as the game goes on. It's a question of whether Newcastle can hold on. 13 minutes gone in the second half. A frustrated look from Pochettino. As soon as they went 1-0 down, he really started to think about things. Brought off Enzo Fernandez. Despite all the possession in that first half, Newcastle held firm. Clean sheet is all they need to get through this game. And they do not travel well away from home. In fact, the only 2 away wins this season came in this very competition against City and against United. You can see the head-to-heads between these two sides. But in terms of the League Cup this season, Newcastle defeating Manchester City, and then Manchester United 3-0. Both of those away. Almiron, Hall and Willock against Manchester United. Get revenge for what happened in the final. Before that it was a 1-0 win. That was against Manchester City with a Isaac goal in the 53rd minute, assist by Joel Linton. Neither of those players in the starting 11. Let's go through those 11s while we're here. It's Chelsea in possession. Settled down to Baniashil. Back for Thiago Silva. In the centre circle, forward pass comes, and now Chelsea trying to execute quickly. Poor control allows Newcastle to get a footing. Still with Sterling on the left wing. Back into the defensive half. But the 11s Dubravka in goal for Newcastle. Four at the back, Byrne and Lachelle in the middle. Trippier on the right, Livramento on the left. Miley, it's Guimaraes and Longstaff across the middle, along with Ritchie and Wilson and Almiron up forward. Petrovic got the pass away. Chelsea have a free kick at the back because Wilson shoved over Caicedo. Lovely pass from Silva. Spears through one or two in the midfield. Now Jackson. Sterling into the middle. Wants to shoot from about 30 yards. Will lay it off for Breuer. Back in for Palmer. Can't find space on the left. Miley got a foot in right at the pivotal moment. Out to the right it goes again for Chelsea. Dizazi. Back for Gallagher. Back down the right wing. The French right back wants to spear a ball across the face. Out comes Dubravka, dives on it like he's putting out a grenade. Nothing there for the Blues. 10 minutes to go. Goodison Park, Fulham still leading 1-0. 14 minutes left. In Port Vale, they trail 3-0 against Middlesbrough. Just under half an hour to go. Newcastle leading by 1-0 at Stamford Bridge. Callum Wilson toe poking home. Brilliant finish. 16th minute of the game. We've seen Gallagher hit the crossbar for Chelsea. We've seen Sterling have his shot saved with Guimaraes on the line. Both of those chances coming in the first half. You can see all the stats and action, the commentary on the Flash Score app. There's an offside here against Chelsea. %75% of the ball with the home side. 0.64 is their XG. 0.61 for Newcastle. 12 goal attempts to 3 in favour of Chelsea. 4 shots on 1 as well. Free kicks going Newcastle's way. Corner kicks 5-1 for Chelsea. So all the ball and no way through. Astute defending from Newcastle for much of the match, and now it's a case where Eddie Howe's brought off Botman. He's given the responsibility to Dan Burn to sit in the middle of defence. 31-year-old Englishman. Now Sterling. The play in Jackson. He's around Lachelle. Lachelle recovers. And Guimaraes gets back in time. Down the left, Newcastle looking for a release. No outlet there. Gallagher chips it inside. Again, Guimaraes. All knowing, all concrete. Can't keep it from going out. A quick throw needed from Palmer. He holds it up and waits for Dizazi to come forward. Down the right flank. Back towards Silva. It's out forward. Breuer and Jackson. How long do we have to wait for Nkunku? Palmer on the ball. Oh, lovely pass. Jackson, Gallagher, the 1-2. Jackson can't keep it. Now Dizazi back inside for Caicedo. Very central. Back out to the right though. Newcastle just shuffling when needed. Good ball in from Palmer to the penalty spot. Repelled by Lachelle. Back for Caicedo. Out to the left for Sterling. Needs to use Gusto. Eventually does. Drew in 2. Gusto now back to Sterling. Still out on the left. Newcastle setting the lines. Good ball in towards Gallagher. The captain couldn't get there with a header. High clearance away from Guimaraes. Should be brought down by Badiashile. This time he keeps both eyes on the ball. In reference to Wilson's goal, it was Badiashile's error. He's on the ball. Over to the right. Dizazi just gets it away from Livramento. It's back in the same place though as where it started with Badiashile. It's camped about 40 yards out. He's switch play and square it up for Thiago Silva. He's now at left centre back. It's just those two in defence, and that's something that Newcastle will keep in the back of their mind as they've been playing on the counter-attack for much of this game. Dizazi on the right. Chelsea with so much possession. Just can't hammer it out here and get the goal that's required. Tight defence, a committed defence from Eddie Howe's side. It's been all about organisation, not so down the other end in that first half in the 16th minute. Thiago Silva and Badiashile couldn't quite work it out. Just a question of inadequacy, you could say. Not sure that'll happen again in Badiashile's career. Just 22 years of age. So much to learn from Thiago Silva as Gallagher trying to persevere down the right flank. There's nowhere to go as Newcastle just keep saying no. Footballing intelligence with them. They're hurting after losing to AC Milan at home. They were in front in that game, looking good for the knockout stages of the Champions League, or at the very worst, a run in the Europa League. They've ended up with nothing. Finished fourth in the group. Absolute despair in that final quarter of an hour. Now here's Gallagher. Tries the shot, drags it across from right to left, about 5 metres wide, and I think he was in two minds about whether to pass that through, and he's quite apologetic in the 67th minute. Pochettino looking now, looks as though Nkunku is warming up. Pochettino. What a story it would be if he can bring him on and he can resurrect Chelsea's chances of making it to the semi-final. Just named in a match they scored once. Looking to make what would be his Chelsea competitive debut. Only played the one match for them in the Florida Cup against Wrexham. As Petrovic goes towards a little chip out from him to Thiago Silva. Cole Palmer getting back to rescue the situation. Now back to Silva. Nkunku coming off 36 Bundesliga goals in the last two seasons for Leipzig. Just 26 years of age, the Frenchman. Jeez, they've got some options up forward, don't they? Le Bleu. Livramento, a big don't argue from Thiago Silva, sends him to the ground like a bowling pit. Newcastle faithful, though, they are right behind it. They're up on their feet, they're leading. We're going to see a change, and it will be the Chelsea debut. Christopher Nkunku, 26-year-old Frenchman, making his competitive club debut for Chelsea. They're on their feet. Full applause. Full expectation. The weight is there for him. Nkunku in for Jackson. Six years old, former RB Leipzig player. Worth about 82 million euros. Made the transfer over for 60 million. Not sure how his value went up that quickly. But I guess playing for a Premier League club, got a premium there just for that. He went over to Leipzig from PSG for 19.5 million. And what a couple of seasons he's had. 17 assists and 36 goals in the past two Bundesliga seasons, plus goals in the Pokal, the Cup there. 11 goals in the Champions League and the Europa League. It's just in the past two seasons, and yet to score an international goal with France. But it's hard to make that side with Benzema and Giroud in front of you. But that generation is starting to phase out. This is a situation where he can wrestle that national team spot for himself. He's got Marcus Thuram to contend with, though. into striker, making a name for himself in Serie A in the Champions League. They'll take on Atletico Madrid in the second round knockouts. Arsenal will take on Porto. Manchester City, probably with the best situation from the UEFA draw on Monday, they'll take on FC Copenhagen. Throw from Trippier down the right side, cut off, and Chelsea have possession back. 71st minute. It's back with the trio of Dizazi, Badiashile and Silva. Good ball from Badiashile, down the left, finds Nkunku. Nice touch for Sterling, beats his man, heavy touch. And the ball is going to go Newcastle's way. There's a yellow card. Is that for simulation or for something he said to the referee? Raheem Sterling goes into the book. It is for simulation, I believe. Just judging by the replay. So can Nkunku become an instant cult hero, scoring on debut? They need the goal. So many injuries for both sides. Both teams now with 3 substitutions in this game. 18 minutes left. Sent into the stands by Lachette. Chelsea with the throw left side. They'll switch it back to Thiago Silva. As Newcastle now come forward with the pressure. Wilson on Silva. Almiron was sitting on Badiashile, so the keeper had to chip it out. Now there's a poor pass, but a good recovery from Badiashile. Back comes Sterling. The ball out from Gusto. It'll be kept in by Nkunku. Good pace. They've waited a long time to see him. Good place to make your debut as well as a Chelsea player. Nothing better than being at home. Good ball in off the backside of Nkunku. Might sit for Breuer. Tries the return pass to Nkunku. Didn't come off. And Miley will put his body in the way. Wilson won't get there. Back to the Chelsea keeper. 1-1. Everton has equalised at Goodison Park. Beto, the signing he's been from Udinese. Just the one Premier League goal, but he's got his League Cup goal. Make that 2. Throw out from Dubravka with a fine Livramento. Down the left they come. Lots of space for Ritchie, who go back and behind towards Byrne. Palmer towards the goalkeeper, so he had to clear pretty quickly. Now there's some space with a good run forward down the right side. Trippier's there. Longstaff gives it away. Free kick Newcastle though. It was Trippier that was fouled to ground. th minute. Chelsea trailing by a goal to nil at Stamford Bridge. And this time Chelsea will have the free kick. It's going against Bruno Guimaraes. He's holding the shirts of Caicedo. No, it's Newcastle. They're going to have to take it back. So it's still a Newcastle kick on the halfway line. They'll switch play out to the left. Kept in well by Ritchie down the line. They'll find the run of Miley. Takes 3-4 touches. Livramento, inside ball. Wanted the return pass. Newcastle want a free kick. Referee says no. Now Caicedo can find Sterling. He's got the support from Nkunku to the left if he wants him. Nkunku, can he score on debut? Can't control the vital moment and takes it away from goal. He was in the left half space. Just needed to take a touch and hit it on his left. Palmer. Quarter of an hour to go. Now across to the right for Dizazi. Silva will chip it in towards the penalty spot. Good header up from Lechelle. Out to the right, Trippier can clear. Back to the halfway line, Badiashile puts it forward. Gallagher retrieves. And down the left with Gusto. Back inside. Gallagher looking around. Will go to Gusto. Longstaff isn't really staying with Gusto, so that's an option for Pochettino. They need to find space. Silva, 40 yards out. First time pass from Caicedo, chopped off. Wilson. Hagler trying to just let Badiashile know that he's not going to let him off. Second attempt, he will look to steal the ball away once more like he did in the first half and execute Chelsea, knock them out of the League Cup for another season. Been a long time since one of the more unknown sides has won this tournament. If you actually have a look at the EFL, and Chelsea did win it back in 2007. They've won it 4 times. Newcastle's never won it. They're looking okay, considering the injury list. Sterling into the left half space and getting back. And it's good defending. Nkunku has it though. As a Newcastle player down, he's keeping everyone on sides. He has to get back up. No choice but to do that. Chelsea couldn't take advantage. Dizazi, he's got 3 on it. Now Gallagher. He had defenders coming behind him. So Silva back for Badiashile. He needed to get it out to the left. Newcastle did a really good job of making sure Chelsea couldn't switch. Now it comes to Gusto. Sterling. Left side of the pitch. Caicedo. Yellow card in the second minute. Just over the step over now. His square ball can't find Sterling. And getting back. Some good defending from Wilson. Wins a throw for Newcastle. And every single challenge, the 1%ers, they all count. The last side to win this tournament that really wasn't fancied was Swansea City in 2013. Birmingham City in 2011. Another change. It's Mauricio Pochettino. It's going to be a double change for Chelsea. Matson and Mudryk coming into the game. Dizazi and Sterling coming out. Matson, another Dutch defender, 21 years old. He did come off the bench against Sheffield United on the weekend. Former Burnley player, was a Chelsea junior, so he spent some time with Charlton, Coventry and Burnley. Now back for a Premier League season. Just 21 years of age. Let's see what he can do in this competition. Has played 2 previous CARABAO Cup games in this season. Also played one last term. A couple of FA Cup games as well. And he has never scored for Chelsea. Much needed goal to be welcome here. Chelsea did win in 2015 as well. 2005, 2007. 2015 for the 5th time. First time that they won it was, as we scroll back down, 1965. Newcastle losing finalists to Manchester United. Now they're back in the box. Wilson fighting hard. And get it to Guimaraes. He's knocked off the ball. His chip pass intended for Trippier goes out. Chelsea have a throw in their defensive third left side of the pitch. Just over 10 minutes to go. Everton and Fulham have gone to extra time. It's 1-1. The equaliser coming from Bertu in the 82nd minute. And Chelsea come out down the right. Palmer. Pochettino never wanting to really bring him off. A wayward pass from Nkunku. Overhit and was put way behind the intended recipient down the right side, which was Madsen. So all 5 changes made by Pochettino. 2 left for Eddie Howe if he wants. Palmer gets the ball down the line towards Broja. On a bounce. It's off the Albanian, so a Newcastle throw, defensive third, left side for them. They're going right to left. Chelsea picked it up high with Mudryk. He's an interesting addition, 22-year-old Ukrainian. This is his second appearance in this competition. Never scored in the Ukrainian Cup either. Has 2 Premier League goals for Chelsea this term. Got his first in this particular season. Didn't get anything in 15 games except for 2 assists last season. But some good years with Shakhtar Donetsk. 9 league goals there in 23 games before coming here. From between 2021 and 23. Square ball comes in. Goes in between Nkunku and Broja. Cleared. And Chelsea will have a throw near the halfway line. Right side for them. Silva. Across to Badiashile, who's very central. Back from Madsen. All the way to the keeper. First time pass. 82nd minute is up. Chelsea trailing by a goal to 0. Now some space down the right side for Gusto, who's been switched over to the right side of defence. Madsen in the middle, almost playing as a central midfielder. Now back over to Gusto. What can he do here with the delivery? Takes a touch. The header comes and sits perfectly for the goalkeeper, Dubravka. And Nkunku got there. Now, I'm not sure if his header was a downward header that hit the Newcastle defender, then popped up. But it works out nicely for Newcastle, who have almost got the job done. Broja standing in front of Dubravka, trying to put him off, but he punts down the pitch. It will make it to the halfway line. Wilson comes, anticipated where the ball was going to bounce, but it will sit for Gusto. He's hounded by Ritchie, so back to the keeper. He'll slice it forward. From Badiashile. But that is the story of the game so far. The English football play for Newcastle. It's on their left side. Livramento has it. Goes straight down the line to the chest of Wilson. Might get man of the match. If he can help out defensively, he'll sit for Badiashile. Back to the keeper. And forward comes Guimaraes, trying to pressure them into another mistake. Mudryk can't get their header. Back for Trippier. Usually good with his distribution. Unfortunately for him, Almiron lost it. Chelsea have the throw. Thiago Silva still in his own half. It's coming in a little more central. It needs an option. Newcastle with 2 long, wide lines of defence, and then just Wilson sitting around waiting for a misguided pass from the Chelsea backline. Out to the right it comes. Gusto had no option. He only had Broja there. Now Broja will receive. He leaves it for Gusto. The cutback comes. Cleared away. Chelsea corner right side. That was a sweeping move from the Blues. Just over 5 minutes left. Can Lachelle and company hold on? Cole Palmer will go over to take this. It'll be an in-swinger on the left boot. Can Dubravka hold on? Extraordinary performance so far. Good ball in. Good header away. Gallagher will pick up the pieces. Now Mudryk will try lofted ball in, and Dubravka will let it go over his head and out for a goal kick, just to waste a few more seconds. Pochettino on his feet. He doesn't have the same coat he was wearing on the weekend. It's almost a camping coat, almost a sleeping bag in the shape of a jacket. Very, very thick, big hoodie. Ball won in midfield by Gallagher. Out towards Matson. He's got Mudryk down the line, but Matson has to go it alone. Hits the brakes, goes back inside, and it's a pass that is cleared away so easily. It's been tidy defending, colossal in the midfield from Newcastle as well tonight, and if they do get through, it'll be well deserved. Chelsea unable to really take their chances at the crucial times. Yellow card coming, and this is against Callum Wilson, just for wasting a little bit of time. Taken and passed on to Silva. Cross for Gallagher. Time running out. There's still some hope here at Stamford Bridge. Crowd still seated in anticipation of a scripted fairy tale comeback. Chelsea just getting out of their own half. Everyone camped in. Silva. Good touch forward. Too many touches though. Cross towards Matson. Out now from Mudryk. What can he do? Needs some electrifying pace and skills to boot. In it comes to the back post. Big chance. Goes across the face of goal. And that was a defensive header from Livramento. Didn't sit for Gallagher. Livramento's header, that was so risky. But sometimes risk and reward pays off. And in this case, it does. Mudryk with the corner in from the left. Well hit. It'll sit for Breuer. And back out to the right side. Palmer's there. Just needs to get it back into the mixer. Miley needs to clear. Let it sit for Guimaraes. Lovely skills to go around the man, Breuer. Now down the line. There's two Newcastle attackers, but Matson will get there just in time. Gallagher trying to inspire his side back into this game. Back out to the right side with Breuer. Not the man you want to orchestrate play. It's the man you need to finish it off or get ahead to the ball. Just a few yards away from goal. Not prolific at all is Armando Breuer. And out to the right, it's Malagusto. Back for Gallagher. Are they out of ideas? They looked out of them in the first half, Chelsea. It's been the story of their season, last couple of seasons. 11th place in the Premier League. Finished 12th last time. Spent about £1 billion in the past few seasons. It's not paying off. Will it come together eventually under Pochettino? Settled down by Palmer. Caicedo, lucky to be on the pitch, and I guess there's a little bit of football karma because Caicedo could have been sent off in the second minute. Newcastle got the opportunistic goal, you could call it. And Chelsea back into the attacking box. Gallagher needs to fight hard, wins it back off with Livramento, still needs to find a ball in, goes down, penalty says no, the referee. Gallagher took some contact from Livramento. Now will there be an intervention? Livramento lost his footing, Gallagher won it back, went into the box, tried to go around Ritchie, then Livramento came back in. That's when he made contact with the Chelsea captain. It was just a hint of simulation and a fair decision from the referee. Knew the ball was going out beyond the goal line and decided to go for the last gasp desperation penalty appeal. And some players would have ended up with a yellow card for that. It's a good ball forward by Wilson. In it comes for Almiron to have a pot shot. Matson at the back. We've got 4 minutes of stoppages. We're into those now. Only just. Chelsea still need the one goal to send this game into penalty shootout. Fulham have missed their fourth penalty. Cordova-Reid has missed. So Everton leading that one 4-3. One more and they will be through. Beto with the equaliser after the Keane own goal at Goodison Park. We'll keep you posted. Middlesbrough through after a 3-0 win against Port Vale. Good ball in from Gallagher. No one there. And Nkunku didn't have enough velocity to get to the ball. He didn't anticipate that the ball was going to go in front of him towards the goal. Instinctual. You need a striker with those instincts. Nico Jackson, I think he would have gone the right way. And Nkunku only just getting back into competitive football. His debut tonight might end on a sour note. Good ball in from Gusto over the head of Nkunku. Oh, there's a mix-up here, and the equaliser comes, and it comes from Mykhailo Mudryk. Would you believe this? Two howlers from each side has gifted goals. The first to Callum Wilson, the second to Mykhailo Mudryk, and it's Kieran Trippier at fault this time. It is Chelsea 1, Newcastle United 1 in the 92nd minute, and Mykhailo Mudryk had an almost open goal. Not sure about the angle, but it sat nicely on the bounce. He came in from the left half space. It was a hopeful ball in. Trippier's header back. There's a bit of confusion between Nkunku and Mudryk as to who was going to hit this. Much better for the Ukrainian, who did slot it into, I'd say he had about 80% of the goal. Wide open. Nothing Dubravka could do there. And Stamford Bridge up on its feet finally. They have the goal. Into the bottom right corner, and only just. 1-1. Now pending a miracle, a winner from either side in added time, as Pochettino is now getting a stern talking to from the match officials. And what's he got to complain about here? Tell you what, there's a boil over in the Coppa Italia. Frosinone 3-0 ahead against Napoli, a side that came up from Serie B last term. What a win that is. Napoli not going too well in the Italian Cup. Not going that well in Serie A, despite a good win on the weekend. Victor Osimhen back in form. Just won the African Cup. African Player of the Year, I should say. Finished 8th in the Ballon d'Or. So Chelsea from the kickoff. A scramble in midfield. And it's a worrying back pass from Caicedo. Amaron couldn't get there in time. He's run out of petrol. 15 seconds to go. See how much they add on. There's a good win from Guimaraes. Hacked down by Gallagher. It's got to be a yellow card here for the Chelsea captain. So Everton ended up missing the fifth important penalty. Onana missed it. It's now 5-5 in that one. It looks as though we're destined for a shootout here. Callum Wilson with the goal. It looked as though Newcastle were over the line. Perseverance and another defensive error from Kieran Trippier. You wouldn't really expect an error like that, but it was an awkwardly bouncing ball. He tried to header it back to Dubravka. It was just a header that was more hopeful than anything. There's some people out on the left wing here. By people I mean footballers. Mudryk having words with Guimaraes, and Nkunku getting involved. Same with Wilson. Michelle coming over Matsson's down and he's covered in white chalk. And, two gifts for each side, but it all adds to the flavour. It was a random hack from Guimaraes to send Matsson over the touchline, who instantly grabbed for his face even though there was no contact. Mudryk came in to back up his teammate, who was flattened and was rolling. And Guimaraes taking no prisoners. A little frustrated. Maybe Newcastle won't be making it through to the semi-finals. One last effort here as we're into the end of the 96th minute. The switch of play from Palmer. That is the final whistle. It ends 1-1, and the equaliser coming thanks to the clever finish from Mykhailo Mudryk in the 92nd minute of the game. But Badiashile and Trippier will be the talk of around the media, around Twitter. Carabao Cup fixture ends 1-1 as it does in Goodison Park. We'll just have a quick look up there and see what's going on the flash score app. Everton have missed another penalty, and Fulham have the opportunity to win it 7-6 on penalties now. After they were down 4-3, Everton had the fifth penalty to win it 5-3. Onana missed. Carlos Vinicius scored. Then Tarkowski scored. Tete scored. Garner scored. Robinson scored. But Gaia has missed. Let's see. Fulham has won it. They've scored the 8th penalty. So they win it 7-6 on penalties. So all that for nothing. They come back for nothing. Fulham through to the semi-finals. Middlesbrough also. And here now, as the two teams huddle, it's a situation where both sides, they toiled. Newcastle with a really disciplined defensive setup for the game, playing on the counter-attack. Second half equaliser in added time. It was a header back from Trippier, and the right intention, just the wrong execution. Didn't come off the left side of the forehead, it came off the middle, sat perfectly for Nkunku and Mudryk. Nkunku left it, Mudryk swept it home, and that is how we're at 1-1. Now both sides getting sets. We will go to penalties here at Stamford Bridge. Fulham, another London side through. I'm sure Chelsea supporters listening in, those that are listening in at the ground itself, they'll be a little bit unhappy that Fulham have made their way through on penalties. So it could be minutes apart that both West London sides are into the semi-finals. What a situation we would have if they were to play each other at some stage. So the referees here at Stamford Bridge just waiting for the penalty list to come through, and then we'll be away. So just stick with us here on Flash Score. League Cup action. Referee is an Aussie, Jared Jeanette. But in the meantime, feel free to look through the Flash Score stats in this game. I guess it was a deserved equaliser, 14 goal attempts to 4. But now Newcastle in a huddle. Can they get back up to the northeast with a second successive semi-final appearance? Petrovic and Dubravka will be called upon now. So the Carabao Cup semi-final draw will take place at the conclusion of the quarter-final tie between Liverpool and West Ham on the 20th of December. That's tomorrow. First leg of their semi-final ties will be played the week commencing 8th of January. Second leg fixture taking place the week commencing 22nd of January. So we will know our finalists by the end of January. Both captains out there. It's Wilson, Lascelles, and Gallagher. Lascelles wins, and he picks the end. And he's in front of the Newcastle supporters. Would you know it? Oh, they're going to redo the flip of the coin, I think. Maybe it's the best out of three. What are they doing here? This time, Gallagher's won it. I think it's still going down that end that Michelle won it. So, of course, both teams standing on the halfway line. Brothers in arms. Newcastle supporters in full voice, ready to give it to Petrovic. Who is going to take the first penalty? Cole Palmer looks as though he's stepping up. So Chelsea to go first. Dubravka, who got a winner's medal last season. On loan with Manchester United against his parent club. Couldn't play because he was cup-tied. Now he will attempt to save off the former Manchester City starlet, who you'd have to say is probably Chelsea's best player going forward, especially in terms of ball carrying. He puts it down on the spot. He's a left footer. Let's see what he can do here. Chelsea with the first penalty. And Cole Palmer beats Dubravka only just into the bottom right corner. And he makes sure he hushes the Newcastle supporters. It is on. 1-0 Chelsea in the penalty shootout. Up now is Wilson, the number 9, who got Newcastle into the lead. A beautiful finish. Took the advantage with the Badiashile error at the back. A bit of confusion, poor communication. And just a schoolboy error. So that Wilson in the 16th minute. Still had to convert. Can't finish. Clinical. Into the bottom left corner. What will he do here? That was on his right boot. Now he's going to step up. Looks as though he's going to hit this on the left. No, it's going to go in on the right. Here he comes. The number 9 up against Petrovic. And that was dispatched. Exceptional penalty from Callum Wilson. It looks as though it's gone high into the right corner. Petrovic did choose the right way, as did Dubravka. 1-1. Chelsea-Newcastle in the shootout. Conor Gallagher. It's been another epic game in midfield from him. The right footer attempts up against Dubravka. Gallagher high into the net, and it's 2-1 Chelsea. It went straight down the middle from what I can see. And Dubravka diving to his right. Chelsea lead at 2-1. Now it's Kieran Trippier. We all know what he can do. He's effortless with his set pieces. Really good penalty taker as well. Needs to equalise for Newcastle in this shootout. He is the player that made the error at the back that let Mudryk in added time in the second half to get the equaliser for Chelsea to make it 1-1 up against Petrovic now. Another right footer. It is Trippier, and he has put it to the left of goal and missed. Well, they got inside his head, didn't they? When Mudryk converted the equaliser. Really poor penalty. In any case, Petrovic had chosen the right corner to dive to. It was the bottom left if you're looking at the goal. And Trippier hit it with real power. I think it's shaved the left post and then bounced away off it. But he's hit it so hard. Usually can hammer it straight in for a monumental moment for Chelsea that lead 2-1. Chance to make it 3-1. And Nkunku on debut steps up, smashes it home. Chelsea leads 3-1. Newcastle can make it 3-2 with their third penalty. But now it's at Stamford Bridge. They are on their feet and making sure the away fans know all about it. Nkunku on debut, couldn't ask for much more. Didn't have many chances in the game at all. Coming on as a second half substitute. Being asked to step up from the spot. Now it's Bruno Guimaraes. Outstanding game. He's all up to the Brazilian. Petrovic stands with arms wide open. Guimaraes started run up, slots it calmly into the bottom right corner, and then asks for more support from the fans. Goes to the club badge, and he's trying to just revitalise Newcastle's enthusiasm. 3-2, Chelsea leads the shootout. Newcastle have missed one. Kieran Trippier, the header back, allowed Mudryk in for the equaliser. Now it's Trippier that has missed his penalty, and it's Mudryk. It's his turn. Can he become a Chelsea hero by getting the equaliser and then getting Chelsea out to a 4-2 lead? Up he steps, and he slots it into the bottom left corner. Sent the keeper the wrong way. And the Ukrainian looks set to be hailed in this part of West London. Chelsea 4-2 ahead. Newcastle needs to score this next penalty. Up steps the number 11, Matt Ritchie, the Scottish midfielder, 34 years old. Left footer, needs to score to stay in this. Last year's finalists are no longer in the competition. What a save that was from Petrovic, who picked the right way. It was well hit by Ritchie, but beautifully saved by Georgi Petrovic. And Chelsea win at 4-2 on penalties. They are through to the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup 2023-24. And it will all come down to the stoppage time goal. The error from Trippier. They were nearly there, but they will go back to Newcastle with their tails between their legs, knocked out of Europe, knocked out of the English Football League Cup. In a couple of weeks, Newcastle bounced out, and now they compete on the two fronts, FA Cup and Premier League. So Kieran Trippier, you wouldn't have expected it from him. It all started in the first half, and I guess a lot of Newcastle fans will take to social media to complain that Caicedo wasn't sent off in the second minute, but that seems like ancient history now as Stamford Bridge erupts. An incendiary moment with the equaliser from Mudryk in the 92nd minute. That was the response to Callum Wilson's goal in the 16th minute. Both goals coming in general play from defensive errors, and Chelsea getting home 4-2 with a penalty to spare in the shootout. So Mauricio Pochettino still with the dream of winning some silverware on English soil. Newcastle are out, and we'll leave it there on Flash Score. Thanks for joining. My name's David Farini, your match commentator, and we will see you for more League Cup action plus the Premier League and other leagues on the Live Sport EU network.